right, I'm going to give everyone just about 30 more seconds. Do I have a quorum, Madam Secretary?
Megan, you don't have a quorum yet.
Okay, I'll wait.
Megan, you have a quorum.
Wonderful, thank you. All right, so I'm going to call to order the special meeting number 331, the fiscal year 22 budget retreat of the Wachusett Regional School District School Committee, held tonight, Monday, February 8th, 2021 at 5:32 p.m. I just wanted to begin before the administration starts their presentation by welcoming everyone tonight and welcoming members of the public that may be watching this process for the first time. So in that regard, to let you know how this is going to go, typically the administration presents a slideshow of some budget priorities for the coming fiscal year during our budget retreat. After that time, members then have opportunities to ask questions, ask clarifying points, but also very importantly, identify what their own budget priorities are for fiscal year 22. This is an essential part of our process. As many of you know, and I remind many people, the school committee has 3 key tasks, one of which is to set policy for the district, another of which is to evaluate the superintendent, and finally, and sometimes most importantly, it is to set the budget. So at the end of the day, it's the school committee that votes on and sets the budget, while the administration may give us parameters and guidelines. At the end of the day, we are the ones that are fiscally responsible for the district. So if any members, especially our newest members, have questions during this evening's presentation, Kate, if you have questions during the presentation tonight, please stop me and ask those questions. I'd rather take the time to answer them and make sure we all have clarity rather than rush through the process. Finally, this evening, I do want to let people know that this is not our budget. Whatever we set tonight or speak about tonight, that is giving the administration some priorities to move forward to finalize FY22. We will then vote on it. And then that budget gets presented to the towns, and you, the townspeople, get the final say. I hope that helps everyone a little bit this evening, set the stage. And without further ado, Dr. McCall. Daryl, you're on mute still. I think we're all going to be happy never to have someone say, you're on mute still one day.
I was getting my other stuff ready for executive session, so I shut everything down. So thank you, Chair Weeks, and thank you to everyone for coming here early this evening. Again, this is our first virtual budget retreat, so this will be an interesting endeavor. I'm looking forward to getting feedback from all of you around kind of where we're at, what we're doing. As Chair Weeks mentioned, this is kind of where we're at administratively. What we're presenting to you today is really information pertaining to salaries, some of our projections around health insurance and other things, really to give us a dollar amount that we can start looking at. I can tell you our revenues, we're still waiting on some of the revenue numbers, and Director Dede will speak to that later on this evening. But when we're speaking about the budget just in general, again, the feedback is really what's critical for us as we move forward. As Chair Weeks also mentioned, this is not the budget that we bring forward. You will vote on a budget down the road, and then that will be brought forth to the towns, and that's what will be presented. So this evening is just an overview of some of the different items that we focused on administratively, and some of the updates associated with the numbers that have been presented by the state. So I have a presentation I'll be sharing with you. Members of the executive staff will be jumping in at different times to discuss. Again, I'll be sharing my screen, so I'll be just looking at this. So Bob or Dan or Jeff or Brendan, please jump in because I can't see your faces. I'll just be doing the screen. So I'm going to present my presentation. And if someone can just tell me if we're good to go.
You're good, Daryl. Maybe you could zoom in just a little bit.
Zoom in a little bit, Bob?
Yep.
Sure. See if I can make that a little bigger.
Or just start.
So welcome to the FY22 budget retreat. Again, this is our, sorry, now it's going a little slower, but this is our mission statement. Again, we've had some conversations about what we're going to be doing for our strategic plan moving forward. I have been in contact with Mars. Mars was the group that worked with the district 5 years ago now on the development of the current strategic plan. And I'm actually speaking with Mac Reed tomorrow, where we're going to talk about next steps and possibilities moving forward. So, our mission statement is one that I feel is powerful. WRSD seeks to ensure meaningful student growth and promote social emotional well-being in a safe and nurturing environment. We will integrate the talent, experience, and knowledge of all of our members of our community to develop lifelong learners equipped to think critically in an ever-changing global society. So our strategic plan, as all of you know, is broken down into our 5 domains. So we have leadership, governance, and communication, aligned curriculum, effective instruction, professional development and structures for collaboration, and then finally, student social, emotional, and health needs. All of those domains have been the areas in which we've been using, focusing on as we've developed budgets over the past several years, and it's really helped us kind of define what our needs are as a school district each and every year. Tonight's agenda includes conversations around enrollment, all of the FY22 items, including projections around salaries and benefits, instruction and operations, fixed costs, total budget, revenues, and a budget calendar. So enrollment. As all of you know, our enrollment has dropped this year by several hundred students, and this has happened across the Commonwealth, from Boston to Williamstown. So we're not alone in this kind of predicament, but at the same time, we are hopeful that these numbers will increase this coming year. So we went from 710 down to 6,586 between FY20 and FY21. There's a breakdown by school of enrollment, and as you will note, most of the schools did see a drop. The majority of the schools did. I believe Mayo and Naquag had very similar numbers, as did Paxton Center. There weren't as many students who actually left. But then we had some places such as Mount View and let's say Dawson, where we saw some lower numbers this coming year, or for FY21, than we did in FY20. Enrollment by town. You'll note, again, Holden had a steady increase up until this year, where there's a decline. Paxton declined a small amount, Princeton a small amount, Rutland a little bit more, and Sterling a little bit more. So all told, all the towns actually had decreased enrollment. So when you look at the total enrollment across the board from community to community, Holden dropped about 5.5% from FY21 to FY22. Paxton about 3.9%. Princeton dropped 6.8%. Rutland 5.3%, and Sterling almost 10%. And again, those numbers are based upon our October 1 counts from FY21 to FY22. And the overall amount is 417 students. High school enrollment share is important, and this is because the way in which we break down some of our assessments. But if you'll note that Holden actually has an increase in terms of the overall percentage of high school students, and that is because their count actually went up, while Paxton, Princeton, Rutland, and Sterling all dropped, with Sterling dropping about 35 students. So between 21 and 22, the high school dropped about 27 students, about 1.3%. So this is the FY22 administrative budget, and it should really say draft budget. All of this should say draft. This is not set in stone, but these are the numbers that we've been pulling together over the past several weeks, based upon the governor's numbers, based upon information that we've been able to glean from our own buildings and our own needs associated with our textbook plan, our staffing plan, our technology plan. So under administrative budget priorities, and again, Bob, you'll jump in at different places because you have the notes associated with this. But domain one, that's continued budget transparency via a line item budget. Director Dede has already started pulling this together. And, you know, again, this is a lengthy process, but I think it's one that helps everyone kind of see where all the money is actually being spent. And that's everyone within the school and also our community members. Domain two, we have our literacy program adoption, grades 3 and 4, and also our math and science textbook renewals. Bob, did you want to hit those up a little bit?
Yeah, this year we put a hold on a lot of what we were hoping to do this year. This year is year three of the textbook plan, and next year would be year 4. So what we're trying to do is to combine those 2 years together to see what we can meaningfully get done between the end of this year and any residual funds and next year as well, so that we're not as far behind as what we are, because as this indicates, because we do have a 9-year textbook adoption plan. So to add another year out there just seemed off-putting to us. So in it, one of the highest priority things we're doing as a district is this new early literacy program. And right now we're on hold for grade 3. We started to do some work the previous year, and then this year we really haven't moved forward with it because we've been using the textbook funds for a lot of other things, such as purchasing some applications, online applications, PPE, etc. So what we're hoping to do is next year is to sort of move ahead with the literacy adoption in grades 3 and grade 4. That means moving some other things out of there that aren't on this list, but some of the things that are absolutely essential is our math textbook adoption. Our licenses are running out. We need to move forward with that, as well as our science textbook. We've put this on hold for a whole year already, so next year it's really essential that we start to address science. And that goes into domain 3 as well, where we're looking at technology. We were able to buy a lot of the hardware this year. We still have some elementary carts that might need addressing, but the biggest thing there is to continue to support the technology. So as we have older Chromebooks that are aging out, that we renew those. A lot of it is in leases now, so we're able to just move those chunks of money forward. And coupled with that is the training of staff. That's really important in there. The textbook plan might itself morph to include some of the broader definitions of what's in a textbook, and it very well could be that we're talking about applications rather than some big thick thing that a kid would hold in their hands. It might be a collection of apps that are on a Chromebook that the student is able to take home, and that's how they do science or history or math or English or music or art or any of those things. So that's what we're kind of breaking out in here. Under domain 4, what we're looking to do, this is where we do a lot of training, is under domain 4. We're looking to continue to support our staff in terms of how do kids use technology to engage themselves in their learning, but also to show their learning as well. And that on top of that, it also includes social emotional training on staff to how do you address student anxiety? How do you address anxiety within yourself as an educator, those types of things? And how do we better measure and support student learning through a variety of data sources that are in there? And lastly, under domain 5, Daryl, do you want to do domain 5?
Sure, yeah, thank you, Bob. And going through those. So, and again, domain 5 is really continuing the support with Interface, the referral service that we have with William James College. That has been utilized by members of our own community, as well as members of the 5 towns. So that's what's such a great part of the interface program, is that it really puts people in contact with support services that they need in a much quicker manner than they typically would have to go through if they were working through their own medical provider. And also, our Panorama education success and SEL survey tools will continue to be utilized. And, especially as we work with students moving forward. Again, this has been an area that Director Keenan has focused on. This year, Director Keenan has had to split much of his time between a lot of the SEL issues, but also a lot of the COVID issues. And he's done a great job kind of really having the dual personalities associated with working through both of those. So the budget realities, again, because of the uncertainty associated with the COVID-19 pandemic, this budget is really created for in-person learning. So I know there had been a member had sent an email out this weekend just concerning, hey, we should really have a plan in place around, starting back, even September, starting back in person, just like we would have in the past. So we're trying to put together a budget that takes that into consideration. But at the same time, as Bob mentioned, we still have the capacity to deal with hybrid and remote issues, especially around technology. So building up the training, building up the support services for students and staff around this, which is just really, really vital at this time. So in all of this, these funds still include items for PPE. We'll still probably need PPE moving forward until there is a vaccination for students. We're still going to be in a situation where that's going to be something that's necessary. We will continue to need technology to support in-person and remote learning, across the board. We will continue to need applications that work, with our Chromebooks and, are able to be easily kind of rendered through Google Classroom. The other part that we have added this year, we've added building substitutes. We knew building substitutes were going to be an issue. Just substitutes in general are an issue throughout the Commonwealth and the country. And we've been fortunate in the sense that, our HR department and our principals have really been moving quite quickly to bring building substitutes in who are permanently in the building. And that has been just, really a saving grace for us, in terms of being able to put people into spaces where kids are and where teachers might not be able to be because they're quarantined or whatever it might be. And then finally, a continued training for our staff. We want to make sure that we're continuing to train our staff, especially around the technology and technology integration that is just so vital for what we're doing on a daily basis with students. So this is a budget breakdown by appropriation. And again, I'm just putting this out there as a quick overview in terms of all the different appropriations, and we'll talk about all of these moving forward. So under FY22 salaries and benefits, and again, what I'll do is, we'll go through this a little bit, but we have our contractual obligations and what we've done through our negotiations as well. So we have possible new positions for FY21. We had new hires this year. So we have special education. We have the nurse that we are still in the process, like we've posted for that position and we've not been able to hire someone yet. Elementary guidance, those positions have been posted and we hope to have those people on board soon. We put in 2 tech integration specialists. We had one at the high school already, and it was just such a vital need for our elementary and middle school teachers. So those positions have been added. As I mentioned earlier, building subs, that was something that we did not have in the budget. We did have the assistant principal at Naquag. For safety purposes, we put that person right back in as soon as we were sure we had the funds to do so. And then custodial, providing enough support so that we could get the buildings clean on a regular basis. Out of the positions that we have not put the 2 Mount View teachers in that had been in the budget last year. Again, we're looking at those numbers moving forward to see how that might play out. In terms of our tiered reductions. We still have not replaced the curriculum supervisor position. There were some classroom teacher positions that have not been replaced, as well as a few clerical positions. And then finally, one of the things that we will be looking at will be updating our staffing plan because of just kind of the disarray that everything, in terms of how everything occurred with COVID this past year. But if we were to look at our FY22 staffing plan, in there right now, we had a director of vocational education at the high school, and at our middle schools, another ESL teacher, an assistant business director, more classroom teachers to reduce class sizes. And again, those were items that were in the most recent staffing plan that we're going to have to update and review. So again, when we look at this, and Dan, you can talk a little bit about the funds if you like.
Sure thing, Daryl. So the almost $1.5 million increase. Again, there are some positions that we need to put in there. We are having some discussions also with principals and regarding FY22 and perhaps trading, for lack of a better term, some of their existing positions for positions that they need given the challenges that they're about. I'm just going to speak, I guess, selfishly just for a second. The assistant business director, where we're looking to do some reclassification of positions within the business office, and so the net increase is very, very nominal, very, very nominal. We have realized some savings in other areas of the budget. The building subs, again, we built them up given some of the challenges that the principals have been about looking to bring on or keep potentially 20 building subs at approximately $150 per day there. So this here is still somewhat of a fluid number, and this number also does reflect various contractual obligations for a number of groups come FY22.
Great. Under benefits and insurance, we have two different items. So our health insurance estimate is currently around 14%. We do have a meeting with our vendor, I believe, this week. So we'll have a finalized number associated with Blue Cross Blue Shield. Again, this does go back to the PEC, and they could have the opportunity to see whether or not there are any other companies out there who would want Wachusett's business. Again, this would be a pretty sizable increase for us. And then with the county retirement assessment, this is a 15% increase. And Dan, correct me if I'm wrong, that's a real number now, correct?
It is, Daryl. So just a noteworthy point, these two items here within benefits and insurance, these are the big drivers, if you will. There are some other figures which is the reason for the percentage increase of 15.51%. Health insurance, again, that's the number that we've been told to use. Since last Monday's Business and Finance Subcommittee meeting, we do have a definitive number in Worcester County Retirement. We had built in 14%. It's now 15%. And what does that translate into dollars and cents? Approximately almost a 21,000. Sorry about that. My screen just went blank. Almost a $21,000 increase over the number that I presented to finance last week. Also, which is not here, but other insurances, our workers' comp. Again, I had a meeting last week with our rep, and the placeholder there is again 14%, and we're hoping that we can reduce that figure in the next couple of weeks. But at a minimum, it's going to be a couple of weeks before we have that definitive number.
Great, thank you, Dan. So total salaries and benefits, between our salaries and stipends and our benefits and insurance, we're now projecting about a 4.86% increase, which again is almost a $4 million increase. So instruction and operations. Again, this is an area that we continue to build up, and it's especially around technology. So Under tech, we're continuing to support a one-to-one program for students in grades 6 through 12. We're also looking to add more technology to our grades 1 through 5 in terms of Chrome carts throughout all of the schools. We want to continue to add newly added software and apps for all the Chromebooks, because again, what we're finding is that the more tools that teachers have at their disposal, really the more flexibility they have in terms of meeting the needs of a diverse or a diverse group of learners. And then bandwidth, we're really looking to continue to increase our bandwidth. We did see it throttled in a couple of buildings. We do have, I believe, Naquag and Central Tree. We've been working with Spectrum for the past several weeks, waiting for them to, actually increase the amount. We were ready to go a few weeks ago. So the staff at Naquag and Central Tree have been very patient. We appreciate that. And we're hoping that gets dealt with pretty quickly. And as Bob mentioned, years 3 and 4 of the textbook plan in the early literacy program, we're hoping to put as much in there as possible and merge that in. So that's where we end up getting, an increase of about 2.4%. Under operations and maintenance, again, this is a number that we continue to increase, and primarily, we have our increase associated with electricity, water, and sewer, just a 5% projection. We have our maintenance agreements with all 5 towns that we pay on an annual basis, and we also have our minor and major repairs that we do every single year. This year, we did spend, quite a bit of money on our HVAC systems throughout all of our schools. This was something that had not been planned on, and it was something that we've had to, again, support in order to ensure that we can have our students and staff in our buildings safely in terms of the air exchange rate and so forth. Dan, did you want to add anything to this?
Sure thing. So within this appropriation, a couple things. Number one, we did realize a savings in our oil for next year, about 124,000 and change. There are still some other contracts, though, relative to natural gas that are still up in the air. Also relative to our provider for electricity, we're still negotiating that, and some of the numbers are fairly high. But within this appropriation, we did use a placeholder of approximately $200,000 for PPE, and going forward. And again, that's as I often say at finance, that's a fluid number, and most likely have to amend that figure as well. And it depends upon the flexibility with our federal grants, and also, as I presented the finance too, it depends upon too, we have the flexibility to get reimbursed through FEMA moving forward. As finance knows, we put an application in last September, and here we are almost the middle of February, and still nothing, although the rules have changed in our favor. So there's a lot going on there, and hopefully we can get some relief or support with some of the federal grants and FEMA to offset some of our costs.
Dan, what was the estimated amount from FEMA that we were projecting to receive?
Sure thing. So we submitted an application back on September 1st of approximately 129,000 and change, and we were looking then at a reimbursement of about $96,000, 75 cents on the dollar. With the new administration, they have loosened up the restrictions, if you will. Case in point, one thing that we didn't submit in that application then, but we will submit in our second application, is the HVAC work. Again, that was somewhat of a problem. Is it ongoing maintenance that didn't happen, or is it a new problem? So we held off, both Bob and myself, in terms of federal grants, seeking those funds for those expenditures are FEMA, but that's something now that hopefully we can use going forward. So 129,000, we're still waiting, and hopefully we'll get some answer within the next month after the town meeting.
Great, Dan. Pupil services, again, these are just our funds that we use to support our health offices, and again, that's a flat number. We have been able to tap into some of the grants to help support the PPE and so forth that is being utilized by our nurses, who are doing a fantastic job on a daily basis. I just met with the boards of health and our nurses today, and they're all in very good spirits. At this stage of the game, having all the kids in there. So it's basically a level funded position or item right now. Special ed tuitions. This is a small increase of 2.4%, but I'll have Christine Smith speak to this.
Well, Daryl, before Chris jumps in, I apologize, Chris, as I cut you off the path. I'd like to just throw up one document that I did share with finance, if I could. I think will really explain this slide here, if that's okay, Daryl. Okay, I'm going to talk to it. How's that? I'm going to.
Yeah, why don't you talk to it, because it's going to be hard going back and forth. I don't know.
Got it. Okay, so the increase, the net to the general fund next year is 2.8 in tuitions, an increase of almost $67,000. But it's important to note, and I did discuss this with finance last week. This was in my presentation with finance. There were 2 slides which spoke about offsets, and the message that I'd like to leave with you, and Chris, I don't want to steal your thunder, but the estimated cost for tuitions in FY22 as of this moment in time is approximately $7.2 million. So how do we go from 7.2 to 2.8 with the use of offsets? And again, I did present this at finance last week. There are 2 pages that I put up there in my presentation. Number one, where we're looking to use federal grants, 240 grant money, approximately $1.4 million as an offset. And this is not something new. We use these funds every year, but how we represent it, I think is what's new. And what I'm trying to do is give you the bigger picture in terms of the tuitions. Number 2, circuit breaker. Again, where we're looking to bring forward next year into FY22 a minimum of $1 million, and the requirements are that those dollars get used within a year following their disbursement. And then we're also looking to use next year's allocation of a circuit breaker. We're using offsets in the salary appropriation, and I apologize, I should have mentioned that when Darryl was speaking to that. Approximately $200,000 to reduce those costs. So as of now, as of this moment in time, we're using about $5 million in offsets. And the numbers are as follows. Estimated carry forward in circuit breaker, 1.2. Next year's circuit breaker, and this is a conservative figure, about $2 million. We're also looking next year to use, again, transportation stabilization. That's an offset in transportation. We'll get to that in a little bit. The 240 grant, again, we're using about 1.4 million. So when I talk about the offsets, I'm talking about the bigger picture, not only for SPED transportation, but also for SPED tuitions, but also transportation and salaries. So that's the key takeaway here, is that our total tuitions are not 2.8, they're actually 7.2. Backing down the offsets, you get to the 2.8. Thank you. Chris, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. I think those are really important details that we need to bring transparency to also. So, we work really hard to build IEPs that always meet the individual needs of students. And through that same lens, we also look to write IEPs that are going to reach the circuit breaker dollars, so that we're getting back as much as possible, especially for our in-district students. We did, I would say under my direction, see an increase in our in-district payments this past year. And if COVID had not hit during extraordinary relief, we would have captured extraordinary relief funds for the first time. So anyway, those are our details of special education. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan and Chris. So again, the total instructional and operations, so between instructional support, operations and maintenance, pupil services, and special ed tuitions, it's an increase of about $345,800 between FY21 and FY22 for an increase of about 3.5%. So fixed costs. And again, Dan, I'll let you talk a little bit about these other operating costs.
Sure thing. So this slide is a little bit confusing. I realized that when I was presenting to finance last week, and I sent them some information over the weekend, so hopefully I clarified that. Our approved budget for FY21 is almost 1.2, and these other operating costs, the school choice out and charter school assessments. Throughout the entire FY21 state budget process, the almost 1.2 held until the very end. And when the budget went to the compromise committee, there was a significant increase in the FY21 number. And that final number for 21 was in essence 1.7 million and change. When you look at the year to year for the FY21 state budget with the FY22 state budget, there's an increase here of about $17,000. However, when you compare this, and we use the cherry sheet figures, when you compare this to our approved budget that the committee approved last March, there's a variance there of almost 556,555 and change. And this actually is a challenge that we will be about in 21 that we're going to need to address. This does reflect the number of students who have left the district also, in terms of attending other programs, other districts, or for that matter, charter schools. One question that was raised to me the other day from finance, and I need to get back to finance on, is that the variance, the variance is pretty significant in the state budget process for 21, how it went from almost 1.2 to 1.7. So I'm drilling down, and I will respond back to finance relative to that problem. I'll sit there.
Thank you, Dan. Transportation, something near and dear to Dan's heart. Do you want to speak to this as well?
Sure thing. So, and again, this is a little bit of a misnomer, this number here. And this goes back again to the offsets. As the committee knows, last June they voted approximately $150,000 to be transferred into a transportation stabilization account, which needs to be used this year, and we will for home to school. In building the 22 budget, administration made an assumption, number one, that we would also do a transfer again into a transportation stabilization at some point during this year for next year. That figure is approximately $200,000, and again, we seek some guidance on that. And then the second adjustment is that we're looking to use $50,000 in circuit breaker funds, if that still holds, to offset sped transportation. So that's the reason for that reduction there. And again, this does help the towns in terms of the assessments, because we're able to reduce those costs. But again, for the second time, if I may, these offsets are fluid numbers, subject to change, and they will impact the net to the operating budget.
Great, thank you, Dan. Debt service, again, this is one that has, Dan was able to finance our two high school bonds to a lower rate, faster payoff. So this is another savings, correct, Dan?
So this goes back to the work that we did last summer, as the committee knows, and so we're going to begin to see the savings moving forward. This is over the course of about 8 years that we refinanced this debt, and this is the direct result of the refinancing.
Excellent. So total fixed costs between other operating costs, transportation, and debt service It's a difference of about $415,000, or percentage about 3.8%. So for total expenditures, we have salaries and benefits, basically almost a $4 million increase. Instruction and operations, about a $350,000 increase, and fixed costs, $415,000 increase. So between FY21 and FY22, right now the projected difference is about 4.6%. This pie chart shows just how the breakdown happens amongst our different appropriations. So as you can see, our salaries and benefits takes up almost 80% of our entire budget, and our instruction and operations less than 10%, and fixed costs are 10.5%. So really that 9.7%, we talk about this quite often. Bob Imber will often come back to this number, and he has over the years, and just talking about, hey, listen, we have less than 10% to really focus on direct instruction with the kids. Granted, most of the funds are going into support staff, teachers, administration, custodial, clerical, paraprofessionals, ABAs, all the people who support our kids day in and day out. That's that 80%. But we still have, almost 10% of what we're trying to do in terms of textbooks, technology, all of those other items that are so vital to keeping our schools and our children learning. So this is a complete budget breakdown by appropriation. So these are all the appropriations broken down to the total general fund. So going from 102,115,384 to 106,827,130. And again, as Chair Weeks mentioned earlier, this is just what we have put together right now. We're in the process of collecting information, but this is where we're at in terms of some of our projections at the administrative level. And Dan, I'll have you talk a little bit about the FY22 revenues.
So Chapter 70, again, we saw an increase of almost $202,000, and the big bump there is that the DESE did tweak the formula, and for the district, what they did in tweaking the formula is that they put the low income back to the 2016 levels, if you will. By making that tweak, we saw an additional 51 students. So though we lost several hundred students, again, that we're not seeing that hit per se. As I had said earlier, there were adjustments between the 21 and 22 state funding. Our charter school reimbursement is down approximately $117,000. Regional transportation, again, the number on the state cherry sheet is 1.6 million. FY21, we were at 2.4 million, so it's almost $800,000. This is a number that will most likely remain constant throughout the state budget process. Secondly, and last, school choice. Again, it was level funded at $321,000, and our receipts actually will be less than that. As I explained to finance during the year, the DESE will make adjustments in the disbursements. So when we look at our revenues, I typically underestimate the school choice figures because number one, our numbers are going down, and this does not reflect that. Medicaid, with COVID, obviously our claims are down, and this is something that I've been speaking with Director Smith about. We did make a significant reduction in the 21 budget. As most of the committee knows, for a number of years, the receipts were at a steady increase. And we all know that there was a reason for that, and the rest is history, as they say. So we made a significant adjustment in this year's budget from to $450,000. That's something that administration is going to need to look at. Do we keep it at 450 or to reduce it given the level of activity? We won't know a definitive claim number for FY20 until probably the middle of March. So again, that's to be determined. Excess and deficiency. As a committee knows, and as I explained to finance last week, we had our E&D certified this past December, approximately 1.4 million. And the question becomes, number one, questions become, number one, do we use E&D as an offset in 22? And then if we do, what value do we associate with that offset? Historically, from what I've seen in the past, you've used approximately $150,000 in recent years as an offset. We didn't use anything in 20 and 21. So, and as the committee knows, the balance that we have in E&D is well under what DOR says that we should have in there. DOR says it should be 5% of your operating budget, so that's approximately 5.1 million. And we've got 1.4 million in there, 1.4 million in there now, and a sum of that keyword is could be used to offset assessments in 22. But that needs to be voted prior to June 30 if that's going to happen.
And also under miscellaneous revenue, we do know you made some projections around that as well.
I apologize. Yep, miscellaneous. Again, that we made a correction with miscellaneous revenue in the 21 budget. For the past several years, there was my term, a placeholder of almost $440,000. It was $439 and change. District has not hit that benchmark at all in recent years, and so we made a correction for 21. We reduced it from $439 and change to $200,000 even, and even that is I think is going to be a bit of a challenge to hit this year. In miscellaneous, typically those are the chargebacks to districts across the Commonwealth. We bill them for transporting their student to the DEVRO program out in Rutland. And again, our receipts are down this year, and I think we need to take that into account for 22.
Great, thank you, Dan. So the budget calendar, governor's budget came out in January. We will have our annual budget hearing as a school committee on March 1st. We begin meeting with town officials actually next week. So we meet with town officials, not next week, excuse me, the week after. So last week of February, first couple of weeks of March. School committee approves a budget on March 15th. And then we have our town meetings all held in May. From May 3rd to May 8th to May 11th to finally hold it on the 17th of May. And just, a couple of figures. We have 567 employees who live in the district. And as you can see, 255 are from Holden, 45 Paxton, 35 are from Princeton, 173 are from Rutland, and 59 are from Sterling. So we have almost half of our employees live within the 5 towns. So in this, again, this is where the retreat aspect of what we're trying to do tonight, it's a little strange because again, we're virtual, but we're really looking for input from you around several different items. And these are just ones that we've come up with. And again, as Chair Weeks mentioned, we're still looking for other kind of information from you, other input from you. So some of the different items that we had talked about was the use of transportation stabilization. As Dan mentioned, use of excess and deficiency. These are offsets, carrying forward funds in circuit breaker and school choice. Any additional staffing that people have been thinking about, athletics. And then, a goal for the percentage increase for the FY22 budget. Right now, it's at 4.6%. We have had communication from at least one town asking for pretty much a 3% increase. So again, what we're looking at is 4.6 right now. This is just us pulling these numbers together. I'm not sure if that's going up, down, depending upon where the school committee is in reference to kind of your thoughts around what our needs are as well. So we just wanted to give you that broad outline and then be able to come back to you and say, okay, what are the different items that you really want to focus on? So just like to say thank you for that. One of the things in Chair Weiss, I'm not sure how you want to do this, but we could leave this up and there could be a chat part, part where people could ask their questions, or you could do your go around with members that have questions.
Yeah, actually, you know what? I was thinking about this meeting, obviously, all week. I think it might behoove us to have members put their questions in the chat specifically, and then I can read them off, just because we're very limited on time. We have just over an hour, just over 40 minutes, I mean, to wrap up. So instead of members just really kind of speaking to their points, if you guys could briefly put your questions, comments, or priorities in the chat. I'll read them off and Dr. McCall can answer them. It'd be nice to keep the presentation up as well in case we need to refer back to an item. So members, if you would take a moment, put a question, comment, or priority in the chat. Obviously, I can call upon you to expand on your thought. If we can do that now, so we can utilize our time to our best advantage. Thank you, everybody.
Do you want me to play the Jeopardy music now, Megan?
No, I guess I can add my one comment / question. I was in contact with Representative Ferguson in the last few weeks, and they are working at the State House to fund some sort of mechanism to make up for the loss of students on the October 1 SIMS. But that's yet to be determined. All right, I think we got some coming in. So Member Pantos is first in the chat tonight. His top priority is a 3% increase for FY22, and I think that matches a lot of what the towns have been asking. Dr. McCall, can you expand upon maybe what member towns have asked us to increase by?
Sure. So we did have our budget roundtable with the communities a few weeks ago, and I know that was something that was discussed. At 3.5%, it was kind of thrown around. I know members of the Holden Select Board, the Holden School Committee members did receive a letter from representatives from the town of Holden, just really asking for a 3% increase. And again, that's something that we've had in the past. Communities have said, hey, we could really use a 2 or a 3 or a 4, but oftentimes they will put a number out there in the hopes that we try to meet that number. I can tell you that I have done my best to kind of present budgets that kind of kept us within a certain increase over the past 6-7 years. It's not always easy, especially when we have times when we have health insurance increases that are as large as the ones that we're incurring right now. So I think some members remember we had, 2 years ago, 2 and 3 years ago, we had 0%. It was flat. We had no increases for health insurance for 2 years in a row. And that really allowed us to do some great things with staffing, to really increase our tech support and so forth. And, now we're at a place where, and Bob and I will talk about this quite often, we've built up what we need to do, and now it's a matter of maintaining. Yes, there are still things that we need as a district, guaranteed. But again, in the current fiscal climate, I think we need to be cognizant of the fact that there are competing factors for funds right now. So I think that's a big part of this.
Thank you. And a few more came in as well. So from Member Gustafson, she's disappointed that they didn't receive the staffing plan before this meeting, and that becomes a bigger discussion, but she appreciates where you are in this presentation. So put a pin on that for a future meeting is that staffing plan that many of us have been looking to see.
Yeah, and I can tell you real quick, Chair Weeks, it's something that we are looking at. We do have a staffing plan that goes through 2027, I believe. It's a pretty extensive plan that we put out there last year. We've been working on for over 2 years. what we can do is come back to that, take a look at it, make the updates based upon what we've done thus far, and then move forward with it. Because again, ultimately, that's one of the things that we want to be able to address and deal with as you have an ebb and flow associated with a budget. So in a perfect world, we could just follow that model every single year without any deviation. But what we'll do is we're going to come back to it and update the committee on that as soon as we can.
Great. I might end up cutting you off, Dr. McCall. Quite a few came in the chat, and so I want to make sure we get to everybody's question. You're going to get a 2-minute timer. From Member Woodland, does that FY22 salary line include all those additional positions that you listed? I'm seeing a head no from Director Furlow.
No, it doesn't. So that doesn't include every single new position. So when we were talking on that slide that had the FY22 positions that we had put in there, that does not include those positions that were part of that original staffing plan, because we had so much other information out there associated with those, with the current funds.
Thank you. Next from Member Young, according to the FY21 budget book, charter school revenue was $52,822, but the FY22 is expected to be a $117,000 drop. How is that even possible? Is there some mix up in those numbers?
So I responded to his question in the chat, and our budget, approved budget, had 52,000 and change in there. In the final state budget for 21, we picked up the 161,000 and change. And again, it remains to be seen if we receive all that money. And then there is a hit in the 22 budget, at least as of now. And that is a fluid number that will likely change in the state budget process.
Great, thank you. Member Gustafson again supports the assistant business director and possibly suggests that somebody in that assistant superintendent role have strong data report and survey skills. This might be an area that helps us capture additional funds and answer many requests that the school committee has. For the staffing plan, Member Ayala, could we use excess funds this year to add an administrative position, even if it's temporary with COVID relief funds?
So Melissa, do you mean a central office position? I'm not sure what you mean.
Yeah, central office, because of everything that's gone on and not having obviously enough staff to handle all of everything. Yeah. Is there anything there that we could add that position to help sort everything out?
And thank you for bringing that up. One of the things we have to be cognizant of is as these funds come in, they're typically limited. So the ESSER funds in particular, some of these will roll out to FY23, so they can be spent out with that. But we definitely want to look at how we can better support central office just in general. Again, Bob's going to be leaving in June. We're going to be replacing that position. And if there are other ways that we can help support central office moving forward, we're going to do so. But that's it. Thanks for asking.
Thank you. From Member Gustafson, where are the school choice students going this year? This might be helpful in trying to project their likelihood of coming back. So are they homeschooling? Are they in private schools? Is it a mix?
Yeah, Brendan, can you chime in on that a little bit, please?
Sure, happy to. So we are completing the school attending children report, if I can say that. It's due in the next few weeks, submitted to the DESE. So I'll be able to provide you, I believe I did last year too, a breakdown of where kids are going by category and even by grade. I get pretty granular on that. So that will be coming soon once that report is complete.
Great. Yeah, thank you, Brendan.
A great question from Member Pantos, just kind of on process. Have any funds been made available or reimbursements from the state or federal government specifically for the unexpected HVAC work we did this year? Any reimbursements available for that work?
So it would be, I'll jump in there, Darryl. It would be through FEMA, and it would be through the recent changes that are the end result of the new administration, that we can put them in and receive some type of potential reimbursement.
Thank you. A concern from Member Mills about the staffing slide. He's asked information about staffing changes this year due to tiered reductions. We need to have a curricular discussion about what we lost. So who did we lose, right? So for instance, he says at Mount View, they lost French and strings without any discussion from the school committee, but these are curricular changes that we should discuss, not just in chat comments. District administrations replace these lines with an integration specialist, counselors, etc., which, you know, are not things that are going to bring kids back into our district.
So I can tell you, we did bring the French position back. That's actually at Mount View. We did not bring a strings position back yet. But Chair Mills, sorry, Member Mills, in the presentation that I'll do in the school committee meeting, I do have those some of the figures that you had talked about that I'll be sharing as well.
Thank you. A strong point from Member Longbulio. We routinely need a 4% increase just to open our doors to maintain services. This year, we're definitely going to need more. Her main concern is ensuring early literacy needs for those gaps, right, are met and in special education services. Also, we really need the assistant business director and resource nurse. So again, keeping ourselves data minded as we add positions.
So if I could just jump in there for a second, there is a sum of money built into the salary budget, approximately $300,000 relative to compensatory special ed services. And that's a figure that I worked with Director Smith.
Great. Priority from Member Otmar. Can you speak to how offsets have been used over the years? For example, this year it's listed as 106 plus M, but it's really 111 plus M that we're spending with other offsets baked in. How does that track with FY21 and earlier?
So historically, the district has used offsets in a number of revolving accounts and federal grants. School choice primarily for insurances. We built the 21 budget on the premise that we would use school choice to offset our cumulative insurance costs. We haven't touched it because we're looking to bring that forward into 22. We've used historically a circuit breaker to offset our tuition costs. And typically in the past, you've not brought money forward. I think FY20 was the first year that you brought a sum of money into the following year for circuit breaker, which was a little bit over $1 million in 21. You've used the 240 grant, federal grant for tuitions as an offset. I think again the difference is that we're putting it out there where, I guess, a lack of a better word, being more transparent is in terms of how we use these funds. You've used the ECC revolving as an offset to pay the salary for the director, usually at 100% with no hit to the general fund. Those are just a couple of examples.
Thank you. And I kind of want to put a few of these comments together that are very similar, and I think they're very important, just in looking at the clock as well. So a number of members, Member Dennis and others, Member Mills, really looking at the budget accounting for that learning loss that students may have in the population during the remote learning, and in the remediations we're starting to brainstorm to help them. So what are these remediation strategies? Is it summer school or an extended day? And what kind of costs would that have in order to kind of plug those holes?
So we've actually started that conversation first via special education, but also via the building principals and looking at cohort D and ultimately what we're going to need moving forward. So, we have instituted STAR Math. So we have the STAR Math assessment to really give us a really solid idea of where students are across the board that we didn't have up until this year. So we didn't have that consistent methodology to be able to assess where a student is at Davis Hill versus Naquag versus Thomas Prince. So this has been a huge step forward for us. Now looking at this is how we need to move forward. And I think Member Dennis just wrote this in just SPED, and I'm not just talking about SPED because cohort D students our students that are in need. So what we're doing is we're looking at them. It could be a model that looks an awful lot like what the special education model looks like. We're also looking at what a remote model might look like, because again, what we have to do is look at what, if we're talking about transporting students, that can be a heavy duty cost during the summer. To bring kids back and forth to schools. We're talking hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars just for transportation, let alone some of the other things. So we're looking at a couple different options right now.
Thank you. From Member Smith, really interested in the staffing needs. Last year, we spoke at length about the need for a resource nurse and a director of VOC programs. Augmenting our vocational offerings and programs can help meet the needs of our students and also bring more funds and students into our district. So speaking in favor of the vocational director. Member Longbeliel and also Member Mills kind of piggybacked each other one after another. She meant to mention we need at least 2 more teachers at Mount View. Member Mills and others also asked for information about middle school athletics. So when we cut these things, we lose kids. We're not doing our job as a committee, not having a discussion about staffing before we vote on a budget. So we really got to look at that staffing. And to many members, what's the update on those Mount View teachers and middle school athletics?
So again, middle school athletics is cut everywhere. There are no middle school athletics in the state right now. So I think that's everywhere. We have put it back into the budget. In my presentation that I'll do during the school committee around some of the data requests, I do have a slide in there on athletics and the costs associated with it, specifically for middle school, but that has been put back into the budget. The 2 middle school teachers at Mount View Middle School, what we're doing is we're looking at their numbers with Principal Giftmark in terms of assessing, okay, where we're at, because ultimately we have to look to see how we could possibly, migrate to a different schedule, because again, as we've talked about in the past, the Mount View schedule is different because they have an extra period. Paxton and Mount View both have an extra period compared to the 2 K-8s in the other middle school.
All right. So again, Member Kirschenbaum also wanted to bring up those additional teachers, and she's asking if the VOC director and that VOC director would result in increased funding in the vocational courses.
It could. It's probably not going to be immediate, Laura. It'll probably be something that happens over time. But we worked directly with the state last summer on this. We had someone come out and meet with us at the high school and kind of go through our programs to see whether or not we would qualify. We would, but we have to take that leap of faith in terms of bringing the person on and then build the program. So it's really 2 funding sources. You have to have a funding source to ensure that you have enough funds to keep those programs running. Plus, you'll probably get some funds from the state after that as well. You just don't know what you're going to get. So we want to ensure that we're able to do it correctly the first time. But we're definitely looking at that.
Thank you. A great question from Member Dennis. So this is probably a Dan question. What is a calculated appropriation increase by town at this level? So at this percentage, how does each town go up?
So we spoke about this last week in finance, and I do have preliminary numbers. But one of the problems, as I spoke at finance last week, is the integration of the SO2 grant funds. And to make a very long story short, towns may have the option of using these funds to reduce their assessments. The cumulative value across the board is approximately $335,000, but these are federal funds, and it's become slightly complicated as to the mechanics for the disbursement of these funds. So to Mike's question, because in my preliminary numbers, I did not factor in this $335,000. There is a meeting this Wednesday with DESE to speak about how these dollars will be allocated and dispersed, and if indeed I'll be reducing the assessments by this associate value across the board. So I don't have a definitive number yet, but I hope to have it by the end of the week at the latest.
Thank you. From Member Gustis and Malia, you might have to explain this one for me a little bit. It's, do you have an update on the towns being able to use the COVID funds?
That's related to what Dan
Yeah,
just said.
I thought they were
Um,
connected. I'm just being
It
sure.
was related, and I was just in the middle of typing a follow-up question. So based on what Dan just said, that clarifies that we don't know yet. But I would wonder if the 335,000 he just mentioned is coming out of the 600,000 we thought we were getting, or if it's a different pool of money. It's
Yes, it
related.
is. Yeah,
Okay.
yes, it is. So our
Thank you.
initial, just real quick, our initial allocation was almost 608,000, 607,701, and there's a formula that they've used, and across the board now, the way these numbers read is that Holden's, I'm just going to use round figures here, just given the time. Holden's disbursement would be 209,000, Paxton 45,000, Princeton no change. Their MLC went down actually. Rutland almost 78,000. Sterling, small amount of 2,600 for the total of the 335.
Does that help clarify, Malia?
Yeah, it basically means we're losing half of our Ezra money to the towns, which is really unfortunate because we
So-
already have spent most of it in reimbursable expenses from this year. So
And
thank you.
And to your point, Malia, to your point, that's the conundrum that we're trying to sort out with DESE this week.
Yep,
Do I
appreciate
take
it.
that 335 and reduce the assessments, or does that go into our pocket? Because it is a federal grant.
Yeah. Yeah, I appreciate that clarification. I won't take more time talking about it today, but thank you for the update. And I'm sure other people are probably confused who aren't on business and finance, but you know, it's a continuing discussion. But losing about half our funds is the bottom line. So thank you.
Thank you, guys. Member Haber with a very important point. She has difficulty looking at these numbers when she doesn't know where we're at this year. We spoke a lot in the beginning of the pandemic about funding and cuts and budget, but that final update, like who's been put back in, who has not been put back in, and where we are with our bottom line right now.
Sure, and you know what, I think that's something that between HR and the business department, we can have that pulled together pretty quickly and get out to everybody.
That would be appreciated. Thank you. From Member Smith, with some budget priorities, elementary guidance is a need we can't deny right now. Dr. McCall knows the history of cutting or gutting our student support positions from elementary schools many years ago. It's not okay to have our schools incomplete without counselors at all levels to support students, teachers, admin, and family. I'll just add in, especially after the pandemic.
And I can tell you, Chair Weeks, those 3 positions have been posted. So we're looking to hire those positions ASAP. So I know Brendan is going to be working with the building principals on that and trying to bring those people on board as soon as possible. And they are part of the FY22 budget already.
Thank you. From Member Woodland, are the instructional increases based on pre-COVID plans, or do any account for additional recovery work but that may require funding to address COVID-related deficiencies, tutoring, for instance?
So even the funds include both. So we're looking to make modifications to what we have, and then take other funds and allocate them towards supporting any types of support systems that we need to put in place. One of the things Bob talked about also was kind of like the online aspects of what we can do to help support kids, and that's another area that we're going to have to look at as well. So that's part of it.
Great. Kind of important back-to-back questions from our 2 newest members. I think sometimes having a historical perspective is important when you're new at this. So from Member Pantos, from comparison, what was our % increase in salaries and stipends from FY20 to FY21? Dan, do you have those numbers?
It was almost 5%.
Almost 5%. And then again, the insurance quandary question from Member Sullivan, which is always a fun one for us. Did you mention that there are competing insurance vendors, or is a 14% projected insurance increase left of Blue Cross Blue Shield? Meaning, are we at the mercy of them as far as our costs?
So I'm sorry, go ahead.
It can be. So basically what does happen is that we have a cost associated with Blue Cross Blue Shield, and we have our PEC that actually controls the health insurance and which vendor we actually go with. So there will be a PEC meeting. They will look at the vendors. They will look at the different options. We might have some other firms come in at lower rates, but those lower rates might also mean higher co-pays and so forth. So, again, it's really up to the PEC to make that decision as to what happens with that health insurance. So we're not bound to Blue Cross Blue Shield at that amount, but we school committee administration does not have control of it.
Thank you. Kate also brought up the point about adding in those positions that had been cut. Again, Member Dennis had asked about learning loss. Member Mills going back about that ESSER fund used by the towns as we can reduce that MLC. I think that's an important point for many members tonight.
Just want to jump in real quick. We're not required to do that, by the way. We're not required, but most likely, we will be asked to do that. And again, that's just part of the way it was set up.
Thank you. For Member Ottmar, he thinks it'd be helpful for us as a committee to hear the different options for allocating resources that we can work in to have a priority list, right? So lower class sizes, right, is like column, elementary SEL support, nurse support, others. So what are our different options, and what would it cost to do one of those options, two of those options, all those options? So to have some very clear numbers in that regard.
And Carl, I think it's a good point, Member Ottmeyer. I mean, when we're looking at this, one of the things we've done in the past is typically it's a little different. We do it, the opposite way, where we say, okay, A is this much of a reduction, B is this much of a reduction, C is this much of a reduction. But if we're looking at adding, remember, we're starting off at almost 4.6%, pretty much right where we're at. So additions are going to have to be added to that 4.6. Or, again, we can look at other positions that we currently have in terms of making modifications. But again, what we want to do is be able to say, okay, if there are different areas. So, again, what is also helpful for us is, Carl, if there are specific items you're saying, hey, you know what, Daryl, what about these things? Send them my way so that we can then pull that together as well. That's really helpful for us.
Great. I've got a bunch more. We have about 10 minutes left, so I want to make sure I get to as many comments. Actually, I want to get to all the comments. Member Woodland, what was the thinking then on making sure current students who have stayed with this district are appropriately served in concert while attracting back students? So building back programs versus serving those who are still here.
It's really one of the reasons why we kept the budget moving forward. We didn't say, oh, you know what, let's bring it down by X number of dollars because we lost 400 students. We're not anticipating more. We're anticipating that we're going to be getting these students back while also providing support to the students who are here. So we're going to have to revamp how we look at just education from, pre-K all the way through 12, especially over the next couple of years until we get back into, I think, the swing of a traditional educational system. That's not just here. That's every single school in the entire country, unfortunately. But yeah, I think that's something that we look at. How slow, how do we pace the curriculum? What are the different areas that we really focus on in the curriculum as we move forward? It's breadth versus depth. All of those different items are going to come into play as we kind of look at what we're doing.
Thank you. Again, Member Panto's reiterating his point about keeping the raise very short, small. He says that anything over 3.5% increase is a slap in the face to district residents who had to wait to January 2021 for students to have in-person learning. Let's go to Member Gustafson again. In FY21, we've seen a large amount remaining in instructional services. Can you address whether this will be used this year or if it's included in assumed carryover to FY22? Just quickly.
So one of the numbers in there, Daryl, excuse me, and I've spoken about this at finance as well, is excuse me, is the textbook line, and it is Bob's intent to expend those dollars. Bob has been very cautious as to how to use those dollars, and I think he spoke about that earlier in tonight's presentation relative to some of the challenges with COVID. The other number that's in there, it's a large number, and again, I've talked about this in finance, are SPED contracted services, and again, I think it speaks to the work that Christine Smith has done relative to addressing some of the student needs. If there is a balance there, I will probably come forward to finance at a future meeting and look if there's not a need to look to see if a balance can be transferred someplace else, because again there's going to be a gap. There is a gap that I've spoken to in other operating costs. Bob, did I miss anything?
Sounds good. Thank you, guys. All right. So, Member Dennis, budget priorities, important. Build into the budget an assessment and remediation program to address the loss of learning, particularly in early literacy. It's not acceptable to him to address this in a meaningful way because it would be expensive. Priority 2, to get as many students back into school full-time, particularly K through 2, to start the school year next year. All right, we've covered the ESSER funds. Member Brown, I see we have a budget meeting 1 hour and a school committee meeting on March 1st. What's the agenda of the school committee meeting? I think we need more than an hour to discuss budget. I would agree, Member Brown, and I'll look to extending that portion of the meeting. Thank you. Member Kirschenbaum, we need to make the argument and vision crystal clear how we are going to be asking for increased budget and increased staff when our trend of student population is going down. So we need to be very clear in our discussions with the towns. Member Young, what is the starting point for the Chapter 71 transportation decrease of approximately $789K?
It's based upon an estimated payment for FY21.
And then finally, for now, Member Dennis, what is the likelihood of school choice and charter out coming at 1.7 million when we've seen an increase of students leaving the district? So do you think that is appropriate?
So as I had spoken to one Finance Committee member via email, is that he raised a concern too about the rather large variance between the final state budget number and the state budget number for 21. Again, going from 1.1 to the 1.7. Need to drill down on that figure to see, what is the genesis to those numbers. Again, when you look at the final 21 state numbers and the initial 22 state numbers, there's a nominal increase of 17,000 and change. That's not the issue. The issue really arises with the final numbers in 21, which we're trying to sort out.
Thank you. And then again from Member Dennis, he says that Dan had some preliminary numbers that did not factor ESSER for the town appropriations. Do you have those to share?
So I mentioned earlier across the board was 335,000, and I very quickly, I can read them again if you like. Holden's numbers, I'll read the exact numbers. Holden is 209,657. Paxton is 45,577. There's nothing for Princeton as of now. Rutland is 77,482. Sterling is 25,61 for a total across 4 of the 5 towns of 335,277. Now the question becomes, again, how do we factor these federal grant dollars into the equation for the assessments? Do these dollars reduce the assessments as apparently there is an intent or not? And hopefully we'll get some clarity. I will. From my professional group, MASBO, that's not what Mike is asking.
No, Mike's asking for the percentages increased by towns.
Okay, I don't have those definitive numbers yet.
I'm sorry, can I clarify my question?
Yeah,
Thank
please,
you.
Please.
Thank you. So I thought, Dan, you had mentioned that you had preliminary increases by town, not factoring in any sort of reduction based on ESSER. And if that's true, could you share that with us? I'm not looking for the impact of the ESSER reduction, just
Right.
that given the 4 million plus increase, what do we anticipate would be the appropriation increase by town?
So I do have preliminary numbers, Mike, but what's not factored into those numbers is the debt, and I'll have that tomorrow, and I'm happy to get it out to you and to finance and to the full committee in the next couple of days.
Thank you. We have about 4 minutes left. let's see. Member Young, do you want to clarify your question? I don't think your question was answered.
Yeah. So just, you said that the transportation was based on an anticipated FY21 and that the decrease is about 789K. What is that starting point? What's that dollar value we expect for FY21?
So the FY21 figure, again, is driven by what I report on the end of the year report. And again, we have not received our first disbursement yet for FY21. But I'm going to be amending my numbers in 21 to reflect the proposed numbers for 22. So that's the 1.6 based upon the FY20 EOR end of the year report.
Okay.
Does that help, Adam?
Yep.
I guess I'll let Ken have the last word. Does any member who hasn't put anything in the chat yet tonight want to mention a priority or something that's important to them? I keep going back to the same. I love that you guys are so enthusiastic, but I want to make sure everybody has a voice if they want one. Any other priorities? All right, seeing none. Member Gustafson, was a discrepancy in school choice charter largely due to students leaving due to COVID? Although you may have to give a little more context for that one.
I did. It got interrupted. I said that wasn't anticipated by our FY21 budget when it was passed. So I wondered if that accounted for the huge difference. I assume it might logically, but I didn't know. That's what I also was hoping the numbers Brendan mentioned might include specifically what schools they're going to. I know that's reported to the state, not just the categories, but what schools, so we have some sense of where they're going and maybe can extrapolate from that.
Yeah, I think you're right on target with that, Malia. It goes back to, finding out where those students are, where they're going. He'll have that information because we have to send it into the state by the end of the month anyway. So we'll have that. Once we have that, we'll put it into a report and we'll share that out with everybody as well.
Thank you.
I'm going to give Member Mills the last word here. You mentioned that the transportation numbers won't likely change. Have our local legislatures said that? He hopes that we could fight for higher reimbursement than the governor's number based on rate, not our individual circumstances.
So it's been my experience that through the state budget process that typically the number that's in regional transportation for the most part holds. I don't think that we're going to see the opposite. We're going to go from 1.6 to 2.4 at the end of the 22 budget process. That would be great. Don't get me wrong. But I don't see that shift. Again, I think what may be driving 22 is what happens here in 21, which we'll get into in a little bit at our next meeting.
Thank you, and thank you all. I guess I'll give Adam the last call before I go to a motion to adjourn. He states he's concerned we have an increase of 4.61, but a decrease in non-town revenue. If we want to increase the past 3 to 3.5%, we need to lean heavily on other revenue to bring the impact down to towns. Well said. I'll now take a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded, and we're going to do a roll call. Member Ayala?
Ayala, yes.
Don't see Krista. Member Brown?
Brown, yes.
Bennett, yes.
Oh, you are here, sorry. Member Dennis?
Dennis, no.
Member Gustafson?
Yes.
Member Heber?
Haber, yes.
Member Kirschenbaum?
Kirschenbaum, yes.
Matt's not with us. Member Longbelial?
Longbelial, yes.
Member Mills?
Mills, no.
Member Mitchell, I don't think is here. Member Otmar?
Otmar, yes.
Member Pantos?
Yes.
Member Shapiro's not here tonight. Member Silva, I don't see either. Member Smith?
Smith, yes.
Member Sullivan?
Sullivan, yes.
Member Williamson?
Williamson, yes.
Member Woodland?
Woodland, yes.
Member Young?
Young, yes.
Chair votes yes. Take a minute to stretch, and I'll see you on the other link, everyone. Thank you. And Madam Secretary, do we have quorum?
Megan, give me one.
Take your time. Just oh, there she is. Hello, Madam Secretary. Retiree.
Megan,
I think that's a Megan. I have a quorum.
you're all set. You can go.
Thank you so much. Are we recording as well? Perfect. Let's wait for that spinny thing to be done. There we go.
Yeah, we're recording and we're all set to go.
Thank you so much. I'm going to call to order this regular meeting 1358 of the Wachusett Regional School District held tonight, February 8th, 2021 at 7:04 p.m. This meeting is being conducted remotely using Google Meet per Governor Baker's order almost 1 year ago, changing some of the open meeting law due to the pandemic. We are recording this evening. We will be live streaming on YouTube TV, for all members of the public to see. I thank everybody for coming this evening, and we're going to start tonight with public hearing. I have 2 comments from public hearing to read. Members of the public, if you have additional comments you would like read, you may use the form on the WRSD website and fill that out. There'll be a second public hearing at the end of our meeting tonight. Our first comment comes from Kylie. Sorry, Kylie, if I mess up your last name. Grebinar at 139 Princeton Road in Sterling. It makes me highly uncomfortable that in order to have physical education class, I am required to have my camera turned on and pointing at me and my body to show that I'm working out and actively participating. This is a completely ridiculous thing to ask all students to do, but especially young women. Activities in certain gym classes have included jumping exercises and yoga workouts, which as a teenage girl I find highly irritating embarrassing and uncomfortable, as I nor the teacher have any idea if a student may be recording my screen or paying too much close attention to myself and my body. The fact that no one in administration has seen this as an issue is completely ridiculous and makes her very disappointed in the school system. Second tonight, we hear from Julie Reno at 10 Frederickson Avenue in Holden. Hi, I wanted to share with you a list of school districts who have made it back to full-time in person. I would also like to know the plan for WRSD getting back to full-time in person. So to begin with, 5 full days. Carlisle for elementary, Weston for elementary, Quincy for grades 1 through 3, Holliston for grades K through 3, Brookline for kindergarten, Salem for grades K to 2, Middleton for grades K to 6, Lincoln K to 5, Stoughton all grades, Milton K to 5, Medfield kindergarten, Northborough Southborough K to 5 in April, Medway K to 6, Marlborough K to 1, Harwich all grades, Chatham K to 7, Mansfield kindergarten. 5 half days. Concord K to 5, Burlington K to 5, Beverly Elementary, Gloucester Elementary, Foxborough Elementary, Wilmington kindergarten. 4 full days. Westwood K to 3, Dover Sherburne K to 5, Wellesley K to 1, Cambridge K to 3, Harvard Elementary, Berkshire Hills K to 2, Duxbury K to 3, Danvers K to 1, Weymouth K to 1, Hanover K to 2, Ipswich K to 2, Bedford Kindergarten, Upton K to 1. Towns that have accepted 3 feet social distancing via negotiations with teachers unions include Burlington, Wrentham, Norfolk, Plainfield, Middleton, Stoughton, Medfield, and Hanover. I understand that federal grants were made available to cities and towns for COVID expenses. $193.8 million was allocated to districts through the ESSER fund. A portion of the $502 million COVID relief was allocated to schools, an additional $202 million to support school reopening. There was also $25 million in remote learning grants from these funds. She would like to know what the total was that the WRC has received and the breakdown of how the funds were spent. A particular interest to me is what has been done to take the steps towards full school reopening with those funds, what is left to be done, and the timeline to complete that project. Those are our 2 public hearings for tonight. I do ask for the remainder of our meeting that school committee members keep their camera on in respect to the public that is watching tonight. In Chair's opening remarks tonight, I would be very brief. I just want to thank everybody for being here this evening and for staying with us through almost a year of this pandemic. I look forward to returning to the business of school committee at hand, including making and advising on policy, working through the budget. We just came out of an hour-and-a-half meeting specifically on the budget and evaluating the superintendent. I think we need to, yes, that's fine. Keeping in mind those priorities, start to move forward and just decide what our priorities are as a school district. Next tonight, we have our student rep reports. Kenichi and Kate, do you have anything for us tonight?
I can go. So I have a few things. As per tradition, our student council puts hearts with each student's name on it around the building. They were able to have that happen this year. So hearts will be found. Unfortunately, cohort A won't be able to get theirs till after break, but cohort B will be able to get them Thursday and Friday this week. And those will be up throughout the building. And friends of cohort C students are encouraged to grab those for other students. So that was a nice thing that they were able to do to continue that tradition. Our Be Like Brit Club it will be collecting items through Friday, and people can find more information about that under the morning announcements section on the high school website. Our diversity inclusion group made an amazing presentation on Black history and different heroes of African American descent, and there are so many amazing figures highlighted on there. It's very educational, and that's linked on the student rep websites, and we're highlighting one person every day on the Instagram. Cohort C was sent out a survey this week via Mr. Biando to solicit feedback from some of our full-time remote learners so that we can better talk to staff about ways we can work to improve and make that cohort C experience better. And then Kenichi and I have been working with a middle school student group, and and that group came up with some of the things they wanted to fix for middle schools in the district. And the big thing they said they wanted was more social interaction in clubs. And so we've been working with the middle school principals, and we're looking for teachers to work as advisors or any middle school staff. So if any middle school teachers are watching, we would welcome them to email me, and I will set you up with one of the clubs. We have 5 clubs we're looking to start that the middle schoolers came up with, and they've been fantastic. And if you're a parent of a middle schooler who would like to get your student involved in this group, they're welcome to contact me as well. That's all I got.
Kate, one follow-up. What are the 5 clubs? I'm interested.
There's an art club, a sports club, a community service club. I'm missing 2, but there's I don't know. I can't remember.
So really just kind of tailored to a wide variety of student interest.
Yeah, that was their main goal. They were looking at the different things, one thing that would tailor to each different group of students. And so they sort of came up with different clubs and there are 5 of them. So they each chose a club that they really wanted to, or that they would really benefit from, and that they knew their friends would benefit from. So it's been really inspirational working with them because they're all so passionate about one thing or many things.
I love it. And I really do appreciate you and Kenichi reaching out to the younger students as well. We love hearing your reports, but it's important what, our students from pre-K to 8 are also up to. So thank you. Kenichi, anything from you, sir?
Nope, I think Kate got it all.
Oh, come on. Next time you gotta come up with something for me. You gotta keep me on my toes a little more. Thank you. Thank you both so much. I really do appreciate every report you have. Just to let the public know how our meeting is going to run this evening, we're going to adjourn into executive session very shortly. This may take a bit. There's a number of things to discuss, and then we will return to formal open session when that discussion is over for the remainder of our meeting this evening. So there might be a little lag, but I promise we'll be back as soon as we can. With that being said, there is a motion to go into executive session to discuss strategy for contract negotiations with bargaining units, Teamsters Local 170 paraprofessionals, SEIU Local 888 ABA PAs, and the Wachusett Administrators Association, to discuss potential litigation and to report on progress with negotiations with the Wachusett Regional Education Association Incorporated on 2020-2021 reopening, as the chair deems discussions in public session would have an adverse effect on the district's bargaining position to return to public session. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. As always, a roll call vote. Member Ayala?
Ayala, yes.
Bennett?
Bennett, yes.
Brown?
Brown, yes.
Dennis?
Dennis, yes.
Gustafson?
Yes.
Haber?
Haber, yes.
Imber? Is Bob here? Let's see. Kirschenbaum?
Kirschenbaum, yes.
Lavoy?
Lavoy, yes.
Thank you, Matt. Longbillier?
Longbillier, yes.
Mills?
Mills, yes.
Mitchell?
Mitchell, yes.
Otmar?
Otmar, yes.
Pantos?
Pantos, yes.
Shapiro is not here. Silva?
Silva, yes.
Smith?
Smith, yes.
Sullivan?
Sullivan, yes.
Williamson?
Williamson, yes.
Woodland?
Woodland, yes.
Member Young?
Young, yes.
The chair votes yes. You'll see the second link in your calendar, guys. Thank you.
Dan never left the office today.
I got a little cot. I got a little cot over there.
Yeah,
Good.
there's a couch in my office.
What's that, Christine?
There's a couch in my office.
I'll sleep up there tonight.
I've got some pretzels in my credenza.
All right,
There is
I got-
an old shower downstairs, Dan.
What's that, Bob?
There is an old shower downstairs.
It's all good.
I've seen it, man.
Well, I remember former superintendent set it up so he didn't have to go home in between meetings. He'd go work out, then shower, and then come back and go to a meeting at night. Thanks.
Megan, you're muted.
You guys don't want to hear me anyway. I'm too tired to make coherent sentences. Do we have everybody back in, Madam Secretary? It doesn't quite look like it.
I apologize. There's something wrong with my mic. Can you hear me now?
I got you, Rebecca. Thank you.
Yes, you should have yep, you're good with the quorum.
Thank you so much. All right.
Rebecca, I think your mic retired.
That was a good one.
As it should. All right, guys. So we're gonna move on to our agenda at hand today. Next on our agenda today, the superintendent's report, Part A, recommendations requiring action by the school committee. There's a motion upon the recommendation of the Legal Affairs Subcommittee. The WRSD accepts the settlement agreement between AA Transportation and the WRSD as written. We are taking motions 1 through 4 and putting them together under motion 4. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second. Been moved and seconded. Is there discussion? Seeing none, we'll go to a roll call vote. Member Ayala. Melissa? Circle back to Melissa. Krista? Member Bennett? Go back. Member Brown?
Brown, yes.
Member Dennis?
Dennis, no.
Member Gustafson?
Gustafson, no.
Member Haber?
Haber, yes.
Member Kirschenbaum?
Kirschenbaum, no.
Member Lavoy?
Lavoy, no.
Member Longbelial?
Point of information, what is it we're voting on? I'm sorry.
AA Transportation?
Longbill, yes.
Member Mills?
Mills, yes.
Member Mitchell? Is Ben back with us? Want to come back to Ben? Member Otmar? Carl? I wonder if people are having a hard time getting back on. Member Pantos?
Pantos, yes.
Member Silva? Asima?
A hard decision, but I'm going to vote no.
Okay. Member Smith? Christina? Okay. Member Sullivan?
Sullivan, yes.
Member Williamson?
Williamson, yes.
Member Woodland?
Woodland, no.
Member Young?
Young, yes.
Okay, we're going to go back to the top of the people that I couldn't reach. Member Ayala? Melissa? I just want everyone's vote to count. Member Bennett?
Bennett, no.
Okay. Member Otmar? Oh, there's Melissa. Melissa, AA Transportation. You're muted.
Hi, sorry. AA Transportation?
Correct.
I vote yes.
Did Carl get back on? Okay.
I jumped on.
Megan.
Oh, you're on now. Good.
Yeah.
Then
Yes.
AA. Yes. I'm still missing Carl and then Christina. Anybody see them on the call?
Why is this not letting me mute?
Oh, my computer's lagging. Sorry, guys. Life in Zoom land. Check one more time. Check my email, make sure they're not trying to get in and they're stuck. No. All right. Without them being present, the chair is going to vote yes. And let me tell you the votes that we have with the people here. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I have 11 yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 no. Is that correct, Madam Secretary?
It's
11.
coming. Yes, it is, Megan.
See, I'm getting there. So the motion passes. Thank you, everyone. Next on our agenda this evening, to ratify the collectively bargained contract between the WRSD and the Wachusett Administrators Association. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion?
Chair Weeks, could you provide the public who's listening with just a brief synopsis of what it is we're voting on? It seems.
Sure, that sounds reasonable. So this is a contract between the WRSD, us as a school district, and the Wachusett Administrators Association, who are our principals. This would be their contract for this current year. They've been working without a contract. Member Ayala.
Ayala, yes.
Member Bennett.
Bennett, yes.
Member Brown.
Brown, yes.
Dennis.
Dennis, yes.
Gustafson.
Sorry, I couldn't get on. Yes.
Haber.
Haber, yes.
Kirschenbaum.
Kirschbaum, yes.
Lavoy.
Lavoy, yes.
Long-Balil.
Long-Balil, yes.
Mills.
Mills, yes.
Mitchell.
Mitchell, yes.
Did Carl hop back on? I don't think so. Pantos.
Pantos, yes.
Silva.
Silva, yes.
Smith. I don't think Christina hopped back on either. Sullivan.
Sullivan, yes.
Williamson.
Williamson, yes.
Woodland.
Woodland, yes.
Young.
Young, yes.
And the chair votes yes, and the motion passes. Next on our agenda this evening, to authorize the superintendent of schools to sign the memorandum of agreement between the WRSD and the WREA, implementation of hybrid plan. And along with Member Mill's suggestion, this is the MOA that we've been working on with the Teachers Association. The Teachers Association has previously ratified this, and these are the working conditions under which our children have been going to school since the hybrid began. Any discussion?
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion? Okay. From the top, Member Ayala.
Ayala, yes.
Bennett.
Bennett, yes.
Brown.
Brown, yes.
Dennis.
Dennis, yes.
Gustafson.
Yes.
Haber.
Haber, yes.
Kirschenbaum.
Kirschbaum, yes.
Lavoy.
Lavoy, yes.
Long-Balil.
Long-Balil, yes.
Mills.
Mills, yes.
Mitchell.
Mitchell, yes.
Pantos.
Pantos, yes.
Silva.
Silva, yes.
Sullivan.
Sullivan, yes.
Williamson.
Williamson, yes.
Woodland.
Woodland, yeah.
Young.
Young, yes.
And the chair votes yes. Next on our agenda this evening is a discussion of the superintendent's report, specifically number 1, education consultant, Dr. Mary Mead Montague. To respect her time, would you mind if she goes first, Daryl?
No, so what, I'm all set with that, but what we'll do is that there's a presentation that Mary and I are both doing, which kind of goes back to many of the requests for information that we've been responding to. So I'll put that up and we'll go back and forth with the presentation.
That sounds wonderful. And thank you for joining us at this late hour, Dr. Mead.
She loves staying up late.
She's retired as well. She's got to teach Rebecca some lessons about retirement.
Yeah. Okay, so I'll just again share my screen.
And Daryl, just in an effort not to interrupt you or Mary, I believe your presentation is longer than 20 minutes.
It is probably going to be right about that.
I would take a point of order.
So
Point
I
of order
move,
to extend to
Go ahead.
10:30.
second.
Motion extended 10:30 in a second. There's no discussion. Roll call vote. Ayala.
Ayala, yes.
Bennett.
Bennett, yes.
Brown.
Brown, yes.
Dennis.
Dennis, yes.
Gustafson.
Yes.
Haber.
Yes.
Kirschenbaum.
Yes.
Lavoy, I'm sorry, Matt.
Lavoy, yes.
Longbeliel.
Longbeliel, yes.
Mills.
Mills, yes.
Mitchell.
Mitchell, yes.
Santos.
Santos, no.
Silva.
Silva, no.
Sullivan.
Sullivan, yes.
Williamson.
Williamson, yes.
Woodland.
Woodland, yes.
Young.
Young, yes.
Chair votes yes, and the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Chair Weeks, and welcome to Dr. Mead Montague. So again, this is a compilation of work that Mary, Bob, and I have been looking at over the past couple of weeks, and we just wanted to share this with you. We'll try to keep it brief because I know how much time we've already spent doing many other things. So there was a request for information around foreign language and where we're at with middle school and high school. So you can see that up above here, Central Tree, we now offer German and Spanish. Choxet offers French. Mount View offers French and Spanish. Paxton Center offers Spanish. Thomas Prince offers Spanish. And the high school offers Latin, German, French, and Spanish. And if you look down below in the grid, you'll note that through grades 7 through 12, there's a breakdown of the number of students who took the foreign language in 2019, 2020, and then also 2020 and 2021. So what you can basically see is the large majority of our students are taking Spanish, a smaller portion take French, still a smaller portion take German, and we have below 30 students taking Latin over the past 2 years. We also had a request for information around middle school athletics. These are the athletic, in terms of the number of participants in middle school athletics. This is something that was removed from the budget this year, as all middle school athletics were throughout the Commonwealth, and looking at who participated in 18-19. And this is a breakdown based upon the activities that are offered at our 3 middle schools and 2 K-8 schools. And down below, if you note, there's also total revenues for all middle school sports. In FY19 was a little over $90,000. Total expenses for all middle schools sports was almost $125,000. And that does not include the salaries that come for coaching, the coaching staff, and that's $50,000, and that's out of the salary line. So when you combine basically the difference between the 90 and the 124 plus the 49, it's about $85,000 in terms of the overall cost. There was a question around strings and the number of participants in strings back in 2019-20. At the middle school level, there were 21 students that participated, and at the high school, we had 115. Dr. Mead Montague, I'll let you take over from here.
There was a request in reference to grades and a comparison of Q1 grades over the 3 years. And in in looking at Q1 failures, you can see the 3-year comparisons. And in 2020, this year, our Q1 failures were 188, and this is course failures. So this is total course failures, and not necessarily, it could be a student who has more than one failure. So this is not students, these are courses, the number of course failures. So you can see over in 2018 and 19, they were pretty comparable, and you can see this year that there are a higher degree of course failures. Now, when you think about this over grades 6 through 12, comparatively, when we look at this statistically for a district, this is considerably low, which is very good, but obviously we don't want any of our students failing, and definitely this number is higher, is considerably higher this year. And as we note statistically, and we've seen as we've looked at over not just the Commonwealth, but over the country, we know that failures have increased this year, and true to our district also, our failure rates have increased. If you could go to the next slide, you can look at now by grade, and you can see where they have increased this year. Now, we've got to reload.
Yeah, that was interesting. My whole the whole thing just shut
So
down.
by memory, I can tell you that the interesting part is that 12th grade, it did not increase, it actually went down. But I'll just say that it increased in our middle school, and going up to 11th grade, it increased in our failure rates. As he's pulling those back up, that we saw increases in our failure rates in those grades.
I apologize. It's just
That's okay.
I can't even find my whole window shut down. I can't even find the window to. Did the presentation stop?
I think I've studied these numbers so much I can memorize.
Dr. McCall, I was able to pull up my screen. Are you guys able to see my screen right now?
Okay, I think we've got it back. Oh.
Dr. McCall, are you seeing, Dr. Mead?
I can actually see your screen.
Yes, you can see it, Chris.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks, Chris.
Smith, yes, thank you for presenting. So as you can see from these numbers, you can see that middle school and up to 11th grade, this is where the numbers have actually increased in the double digits, that they've increased in our failure rates here in those grades. But again, when we're looking at a district, by far these numbers are considerably lower throughout than when we're considering failures as a district, which we really have to attribute to our teachers and the work that they're doing with our students to think about why students, where students are when they're falling down, what they're doing to mediate students and remediate them to ensure that they are making up work or correcting errors and getting them back on track. This is really significant. You can go to the next slide. And again, this is just showing here where those comparisons are, and you can see what is being done. You can go on. Some of the actions that are actually being taken now to address the increased failure rates are to really talk to parents and to reach out to parents and students to develop support plans for students who are failing, to really look at those success plans to work, bring more people into the fold. Why are students failing? To work with our school counselors, our school psychologists, and our students, including parents in there, to address the reasons why they're failing, to put plans in place, to develop some in-school supports for them. At the high school, we have an academic support center in our high school media center that's provided throughout the day for students to drop into. We've expanded the number of students that are in cohort D that can get in-person support 4 days a week. And we're providing extra tutorial support for students. We've also allowed for more students to, where needed, if needed, to drop from 5 classes to 4 periods where needed to get virtual tutoring and coaching support. I'll have you pick up, Dr. McCall. Dr. McCall, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Dr. Mead. I'm not sure if Dr. McCall wants me to present this slide.
Yeah, can you,
Sure.
Christine,
Christine, yes.
Oh, I think
Go
you're
ahead, Chris.
There we go.
Yep, okay. So there was a question asked about the number of referrals being made to special education and whether or not we've seen an increase in special education referrals because of the COVID-19 school closure and remote learning. I want to share with the committee at this time that in special education, we made a shift from our former data management tool, eSped, to PowerSchool to manage our student data. This shift means that the information that we have is not as readily accessible for the historical information, and that it's not necessarily comparable across the platforms. However, within each school, we have kept records about the testing that happens, those referral sources, and that data is used mainly to keep track of our timelines. So each building manages that information a little bit different. But after a close inspection of all of that information, I can tell you that we have not seen an increase in special education referrals or 504 referrals from families or other referring sources. Additionally, there was a question asked whether or not we have been dismissing students from special education. And since March, I have been giving the directive to my team chairs that unless they have information data and progress from students prior to the closure, that students would not be dismissed from special education or 504 services at this time. And again, unless there was special circumstances and data and progress from pre-COVID times, if you will.
Again, there were requests asked in reference to attendance, and we have for you attendance for 3-year comparison in our attendance. And you'd be surprised to look at our attendance during COVID at all of our schools. And our average attendance during COVID has been for Q1, 97.6, a little lower for Q2, 96.9. But when you think about the average, when you think about attendance, you want to look at anything over 95. That's what our comparison, you want to always be over that 95 percentage point for attendance. And we are rocking it in Wachusett for attendance. This is really good. We want to keep those attendance rates high, and we really have to attribute our attendance to what our administrative teams are doing and what our teachers are doing. When they don't see a student there, they're They're calling parents and calling students and seeing where they are and really working to keep our students engaged and contacting our parents to see where kids are and how they can support them in their learning. You can see from first quarter to second quarter that for the majority of our schools, attendance went down. The attendance rate went down, not loads, but a little. I think we have one school that maintained the same attendance. Glenwood maintained the same attendance rate. But if you look over the years, so if you go to 2018, our attendance rate in 2018 in quarter two was 95.5. When you go to our attendance rate in 2020 for quarter two, 96.9, and this is COVID. Go back 1 minute to our slide. Thank you, Christine. So again, go to quarter one a few years ago, and you look at 96.8, quarter one, 97.6. So again, when you think about a worldwide pandemic and where we are and our attendance being much higher now than it was back then, you can see that schools have put in processes to ensure that school attendance is something that is taken seriously, is valued. There are systems that have been put in place to really ensure that our students are in school daily. This is, and our parents obviously value it, and our students are there. Can move on. And here you can see our attendance at subgroups. And one of the things that when we look at our subgroups, you want to begin to see, are there any disparities that we're looking at to see where are there subgroups that have a considerably lower attendance rate than others. And if you look at this, you will see in our data that there are a couple of subgroups that are lower. Our special education subgroup is lower. Our free and reduced subgroup is lower in our attendance rate. Move on. So again, as I mentioned before, our numbers are strong. Staff really have worked hard at encouraging our students to be to school, be in attendance, and have reached out to parents for any issues or concerns they have in reference to attendance. Daryl, will you pick
Sorry.
up?
Yep, I'm on it. Thanks. And sorry about my computer dropping out. Chrome just crashed on me. So dropout rates, there was a request for information on that. This is again, this is data directly from DESE. These are the dropout rates associated with 2018-19 and also 17 and 18. So, when you look at it, our overall rates are, fairly low. We don't want anyone dropping out, but comparatively, our high school's in a pretty good place. 2019-20 dropouts, we had 8 altogether, and thus far this year, Principal Biendo has been, again, working with the counselors, and thus far this year they have 6 dropouts at this time. And then graduation rates, there was a request, again, for information concerning graduation rates. I know these are hard to see. This is directly from DESE as well. And, you can see back in 2018, we were at about a 98.2% graduated rate in terms of the overall cohort for a 4-year adjusted rate. And in 2019, we were at 97.2. Those are really good rates in terms of overall graduation numbers when you're looking at our school compared to other schools in Worcester County, actually compared to schools in Massachusetts. So we do a good job graduating students here. One of the things, Member Ottmeyer asked, how did the first week of school go? Very much concerned about, the transition to hybrid. So, we put together a quick little survey, shared it with building principals, and just want to get a little feedback from them. So on a scale of 1 to 5, with 1 being very smooth and 5 being very difficult, how would you rate the transition to hybrid learning at your school? And, you can see that, we had 2 that said it very smooth. 5 said it was, pretty smooth. 1 was indifferent. 4 said it was difficult, and 1 said it was very difficult. So that's where you can really see just kind of the spread across the spectrum in terms of our building principals and what they're looking at. This is probably very similar to what teachers are looking at. You're going to have some teachers who are like, yeah, just kind of just went right into it, and then others are going to be like, this was just a real challenge. And so much of what we do, again, we're all creatures of habit, and we're used to how things typically work. And when things get thrown off, I think that plays a role in how we're able to kind of respond to things. But I have to say that they were very honest with kind of their responses. So if you can move to the next one, Chris. So just a couple of quotes from them. I think most protocols, et cetera, have gone very well for us. This has been facilitated by low student numbers in the buildings for cohorts A and B. I think the reason for a 2 and not a 1 is that teachers are still trying to master the actual teaching while exploring how best to reach their students. And again, that kind of encompasses how teachers are working through this. And this was taken that first week, but I thought that was a good way to kind of, basically pull together their thoughts on this. Another quote, there were certainly smooth parts in terms of transition, safety protocols, wise things went well, and we were fortunate that we were fully staffed. However, from a principal perspective, it is challenging trying to schedule the day with less time, cover lunch and recess, and support the technology needs of the buildings. So again, it's not typical. So, when you're trying to do a million different things as a building principal, and you're also worrying about all these other things now that you typically didn't have to worry about, it becomes a very long, arduous day. And then finally, logistically, overall, I think it's gone smoothly. Hybrid learning, teaching remote and in person, greater challenge. So again, that's kind of it's a challenge doing the hybrid learning, the teaching remote and in person. When we're meeting with WREA and the teachers talk about kind of what they're dealing with and how they're doing it, I think some are like, yeah, this is, I feel like it's really rolling, and others like, yeah, it's going okay, but it's tough. It's tough. So I think that's part of what we're dealing with as a community as we work through the subtle nuances of these in-person hybrid remote models. And then Mary put together a nice slide associated with the items that we were looking at. And one of the things we did was please check the box by any of the areas below where there are ongoing issues, concerns that you need support in addressing at your school. So you can see that there were several different items, from lack of staff to support student learning, down to lack of technology, need for staff professional learning, transportation, CAF, building, no issues. And overall, lack of staff was probably you can see it 23.5%. That was the largest portion that people chose. Also, staff professional development, student connectivity, and teacher connectivity. So, those are all pieces that principals are continually kind of concerned about. Some of the connectivity associated with these items were for schools that were still having some problems. We think they're going to be resolved at the 2 schools. Barry said that he feels like I think everything was connected over at Naquag and Central Tree this week. So hopefully that works out well. But for the most part, that's what we're dealing with, and we're trying to assist principals moving forward with this. Mary, did you want to chime in?
Yes, could I just add something? When they say lack of staff, I think I just want to clarify the lack of staff is truly what they said was lack of staff due to ongoing COVID issues. It's
Yes.
not that they had a lack of staff in that they don't have enough staff in their building. It's that staff have gone in and out because of quarantine situations. So they've said when all their staff is there, life is good. But many times they've had to have reduced staff because of quarantine issues. So all of a sudden a staff member has to quarantine for 10 days and they've had 1, 2, sometimes 5 members of their staff that have been out. And that's when it's difficult because it is very difficult during COVID times to get subs who will come into a building. So this is where the challenge from lack of staff comes in. And then also in reference to connectivity, I want to be very clear that in their answers, they were very clear to, and I just want to give a shout out to Barry and his team because they gave really a lot of kudos to the responsiveness of the IT staff. They said that they are so responsive to all of their needs. There have been some connectivity issues, but the district team has been very responsive to everybody's needs. So I really just want to give a kudos to the whole district team because of that, and to all the leadership at the district and school level, because for this whole transition, they've talked about all the preparation that the principals have had, the school leaders have had. And I just have to share with you that one of the things, it was nice hearing from principals, but the nicest thing is to hit the neighborhood. And that's one of the things that I've done is hit my neighborhood and spoke to students. And that's key to hearing how things are going. And they say it's going pretty good. Very different than what they thought. They thought when they could go back, it was going to be business as usual. And they say, man, it's not the same as it used to be, but they really appreciate being in school. So, and they appreciate what their principals and teachers are doing.
Yeah, and thanks for elaborating on that, Mary. That's exactly what's happening. And, and again, I think principals were very open about this. And I think as we kind of go through this and I throw this back out to them in a couple of weeks, they'll probably, have similar responses in terms of staffing. But I really feel like they'll be in a different place. There are some questions about, I guess there was a request looking at hybrid versus remote and how that kind of played out. So this was the parent selection back in October. So when we first did this, these are the actual numbers. So that blue bar represents the percentage of hybrid, and the red bar represents the percentage of remote from October 23rd, based upon people's requests. So, going from Central Tree all the way down to the high school, or actually to Thomas Prince, you'll note all the remote is under 25%. It's probably in that 20 down to 12, 14%. With the exception of the high school, it's probably up in the 32% range. So if you can, thanks, Chris. So preceding chart, shows percent of students who initially chose to participate in hybrid learning and in remote learning. So all schools, with the exception of the high school, they were anticipating more than 75% of enrolled students to participate in hybrid learning, where students would receive in-person instruction 2 days a week and remote instruction on the remaining 3 days. And the high school was expecting to have more than 65% of students participate in hybrid learning. So as of January 24th, so we pulled the information from that time. This is actually what it looks like. So this is the reality. You can see our percentage of hybrid has dropped and our percentage of remote has increased. So you'll probably, you'll recall Central Tree was, there was no one above 25%. So Central Tree was above 25%. And most of these numbers are up. And you get to the high school and it's basically 50-50. And if you can go to the next slide, Chris. So the chart just reflects the percentage of students who are currently participating in hybrid and remote. Some schools are now seeing less than 75% of the enrolled students actually participating in hybrid learning. And high school, like as I said earlier, it's basically 50% of the students are in hybrid and 50% are participating in remote. And then a comparison of hybrid versus remote. Here's where we have the initial percentage of remote, which is the blue, and that was from October. And the red is the actual percentage that we're currently looking at. So you'll note that there was an increase with all communities, with the exception, all schools with the exception of Glenwood, where there was actually a drop in the number of remote. And if you can move that one, Chris, to the next slide. So you'll note that it's originally signed, it was originally for those who signed up for remote only instruction in October. And then the number of people who actually participated in remote only on January 24th. Glenwood saw an increase in the number of students, the only school that did. And then this has resulted in smaller class sizes, and this is important, on average for the in-person sessions in both cohorts A and B. And I believe that information was shared with all school committee members a little earlier today. And then students in hybrid and remote, this is the percentage of student population in hybrid and remote as of the 24th of January. So you'll note, if you look at this by grade, grade 12, you'll see that you have, over 50% who are participating remotely and a little under 50% who are hybrid. And if you go all the way down, you have probably close to 85% of kindergarten students who are participating in hybrid, and 15% are participating remotely. So it's an interesting, it's an interesting model. Well, you can see how it's kind of playing out, but in terms of the in-person learning, we're definitely seeing more of a push to have that occur at the earlier levels than at the high school levels. So, and again, each grade who were not participating in hybrid, that's what it basically shows: 2 days in person, 3 days remote, and then 5 days remote for each week. 11 and 12, more students participating in remote than hybrid. It's not the case in all the other grades. And there is an increase in the number of students participating in hybrid learning in the lower grades. So, and again, that was something that we had been anticipating. So we kind of got that. We did that in about a half an hour, give or take. So try to. Thank you so much, Mary and Bob. Bob spent a lot of time pulling together information on that. And, Mary did a nice job hitting some of those slides as well. So thank you.
Thank you all. That was a lot of information to digest. In that regard, and also due to the late hour, I'm going to go around the table. We haven't done that in some time, to see if members have questions or comments. I do ask you to keep your comments as succinct as humanly possible. So hopefully we can get to a few other things tonight as well. I'm going to start just randomly. Let's go with Member LaVoy first. I don't think you've gone first yet. Is Matt too surprised?
Thank you. No, I had to find the mute button. I appreciate all of the information, and I know it probably took a while to gather all that and put it together. I think there's one concern that I have, and it's the correlation. When I look at attendance, it appears that kids are attending school, but there were some really high increases when we looked at courses for failed courses. I think the first stat or slide showed a 68% increase from the previous year. When we looked at it by grade, there were some grades that were close to a 300% increase, some that were doubling. So my question is, how are we thinking about managing not necessarily attendance, because we know people are there, but engagement, right? And I think that's the key piece that is probably missing from that component. So whether that is a transition to look at the fall and perhaps going back towards a fuller model, whether that's more opportunity in the summer, what are we doing to help that engagement and even to help our educators? Because I suspect that's part of it as well. So that's just one observation, but I appreciate the opportunity to speak first, and I appreciate the thorough presentation.
Yeah, thank you, Matt. Great questions. Those are all things that we're looking at. We can tell you that we do have a team of, as we mentioned in the presentation, we have a team of teachers who are working directly with those students who are not necessarily always making the connection. So even though they're logged in and they're considered there, they might not be there and participating. And that's very. It's happening more frequently everywhere. That's not just Wachusett, it's every single district. And I think part of it is just that lag of, these kids are just being online for a long time. They're getting tired of it. And that's understandable. So, we're doing our best to keep those, lines of communication open with the parents in particular, even at the high school level, making sure that there's that open line of communication that's going on at all times, but also, trying to engage those students in a way where it's not just, setting them up to say, okay, you've got to do this, this, and this. I'm sorry you didn't do it, checkbox. So building in the SEL part, having counselors touch base with them. There are teams at the high school level and at the middle school level that are working with these kids as well. So again, this will lead to more conversations about how we support them during the summer as well.
Thank you, both of you, for that questioning and that response. Member Longbelial.
Yes, on the question of the kids who are receiving failing grades, do we know how many unduplicated kids that is?
No, it's courses, Linda.
Right.
So unfortunately, it wasn't. When we went to try to extract the information from PowerSchool, you'd have to go through each individual throughout the district to find it.
Would it be possible at some point to do that? I mean, through PowerSchool, you've got the kids in the group, you've got the kids in each class, and you can't connect the failing grade to the kid.
We can take a look at it. We attempted to do that, Linda, but it wouldn't allow us to do it through the certain module that we're using. But we'll definitely continue to take a look at it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Member Mills, please.
Thank you for the data. 4 of the data questions from mine. So I just want to lay out the policy question that was behind all that great data that you put out there, because that's kind of the important part, right? First off, for the foreign language, I saw a 0 for French in 7th grade. So is French still being offered at the middle school this year, next year? Because there is a 0 there.
Yeah, it will be, yes. So
it will be next year.
It should be, yes.
Okay. The second thing is with the athletics, I see that 814 participants, some duplicates, I'm sure, about $100 a kid short. We charge $130 less per kid at the middle school than we do at the high school. So that might be food for thought for how you preserve that program without hurting the budget. Is a food for thought. For the strings, when we were in person, when we tried to cut strings 10 years ago, some young lady came and played on her violin for us and we didn't cut it. Now it's the dark of night, literally 10:17. I'm sort of the only person I feel that ever keeps bringing this up. We cut this district-wide program, not very many kids, 21 kids, but Tempo, I'm sure, feels very strongly about the middle school strings program. We haven't heard from them at any of our meetings. We sure as heck did the last time we did this. I think it's flown under the pandemic radar and I don't want it to fly under the radar. So I'll probably keep mentioning it again. Last observation that maybe you can respond to that is the reason I asked for all that last data with the which grades were remote and whatnot is that I think it shows us 2 things. One, it shows us where the demand really is for in-person if we have to prioritize. It's not as much at the high school, but it's definitely at the young grades. So if we have to bring them back in shifts, it sort of shows the demand is K2 first. and less at the high school if there is a reason for a limit. Also at the high school, this is anecdotal information. I'm totally happy my kid only has 2 other kids on his bus. There's probably nothing we can do about it, but we are burning a lot of gas in this district, transporting nobody to the high school. And if there's some way, even just environmentally, that can be addressed, if not money-wise, it's an important issue. But the strings thing, I'd like to hear your thoughts about that, and some of the other points I made.
Sure. So yeah, I'll start with the last part about the buses. Again, we had to run the buses to start off with to see, how many kids were actually getting on and so forth. So we've now done this for a couple of weeks. We'll definitely take a look at it. I would much rather have a bus sit and wait and then go pick kids up at Choxet in Sterling rather than do a Sterling run with 2 kids and another Sterling run with 3 kids and just, combine them and bring them in. That's definitely a possibility. We always have to have the buses ready, as you know. But if we don't have to run them, you're right. Environmentally, we're saving a little bit, actually probably a lot by not running a bus for 45 minutes. In terms of the strings, we've not heard anything, Ken, you're exactly right. But it doesn't mean that we can't take a look at it. It is something that has, been on the back burner for a long time because it's not easy to schedule, and it's something that I think gets brought up, when we discuss possible reductions with our administrative team, and that's at the building level as well. But we will definitely keep that in mind when we're looking at this moving forward. And then some of the other items, I completely agree. I think someone brought this up a little earlier. The fact that we have our K1, 2, 3, those groups where we have students who really need to be in school, and at the high school level, it's different. They can get away with an online course. Not that it's fantastic, but they're able to do it, and they're able to get through it in a way that is much more challenging for a 6-year-old or a 7-year-old to do. So that's on our radar in terms of how we might be able to move forward with that as well.
But if we do reduce strings and languages, I'd appreciate it if that could be brought to us so that we can make those decisions.
Yeah.
I mean, kids go to private schools when they can't do things like take Mandarin or take strings or whatever, and we're seeing kids flush away and not maybe come back. So
yep,
it's something we should discuss.
Definitely.
Thank you, Member Mills. Again, let's keep succinct. I think we're going to have a motion to extend shortly. Member Santos.
Thank you. Are we discussing just the previous presentation or the superintendent's report as well?
Either, if you have a point to make there.
Thank you for the data. It really helps to see all of this. I'm a little bit disappointed that it looks like around a 60% increase in failing courses, but that's about what I would expect given the current circumstances. So thank you for all the data. I do appreciate it.
Thank you, Mike. Cara, I thought you had dropped off, so I'll circle back to you now. Member Otmar, please.
All right, thank you. Sorry about that. I have a question and a comment. So, question just in regards to if someone, or if you even have the information on like what the spacing within classrooms at the high school looks like, since we're kind of all the way down to 50%. So, I know that from the get-go, the high school is kind of pinched tight enough. So I don't know if you guys have had a chance to look at that and kind of see how you've been able to make adjustments on that.
Yeah, thank you for bringing that up. It's definitely better. I did talk to Principal Biendo about that last week, and he was going to get back to me after looking at those spaces because we have had less kids. So we've been able to space out much more so than we had thought we were going to be able to do. There still are some spaces, and he did say that are a little less than 6 feet, but he said that it's much better than what we had originally anticipated, where we thought maybe 50% of the classrooms would be under that 6 foot mark.
Okay. And then just the comment that I would just to make in regards to, especially again, appreciate kind of the lessons learned and kind of pulling the information from like things that have gone well, things that haven't gone well. And certainly with staffing, I'm hoping that at least even as a district, we'll kind of just try and iron things out and kind of work forward on that. Because like, as an example from like what we saw with Dawson, that when our staffing gets pinched so tight that we have to pull our director of special ed and a special ed coordinator out of central office to help provide coverage. That really concerns me because it sends a message that in-person learning at Dawson is more important than our district's special education. We didn't mean to send that message, but we identify priorities with how we allocate resources. And it creates the impression that as a district, we value in-person education more than we value our district's special education. So we just need to be careful about that because we don't want to be sending those kinds of messages to everyone else in the district. And so going forward, hopefully, when we look at these staffing pinches, we can try and figure out our way around it, because it's like I said, that's not quite where we want to end up when we're kind of creating that impression to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. So we're going to go back to the order. Member Silva, please.
I want to thank the administration for all that information. The questions I had were asked, but I just wanted to make sure that we remember that originally when we talked about hybrid, we were under the impression there'd be a very small community of remote kids who chose the remote option. From your graphs, it seems there's still a considerable amount of kids. And I just want to reiterate that, and we've talked about this many times, even in this meeting, that we want to make sure that they're getting the right course of attention from the teachers and instruction. But thank you for all the information, I think, and all the questions I had have already been asked, so I won't waste anybody's time.
Thank you, Member Silva. Member Sullivan, please.
Yeah, thank you for that presentation. I appreciate it. I have no further questions, though. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Williamson?
I was just curious if you could talk a little bit more about some of the work that's been done to address some of the failures.
Yeah, so one of the things that we've done, and this happened, very early on, especially with students who are, who weren't necessarily making connections when we were fully remote. So, specifically, we had teams that were put together to work around developing, plans of action to work with those kids to get them involved. I know at the high school, one of the things that was a part of a cohort D to get those kids into school. So we had a support system put in place where we had some substitutes help those kids who got into school. Even though they were still working remotely, there was still an adult there to help them, make sure that they got online. Something very similar happened at the middle schools as well, as we were kind of going through that process. So again, part of it is, keeping the connection alive. I think that's one of the most challenging parts. And this is something I hear from other superintendents, principals in other districts and so forth. It's keeping the connection, because it's very easy for kids to say, okay, you know what, I'm going to shut my camera off and I'm just going to be there, but I'm really not going to be there. And that's always the concern. And I think that's one of the concerns that, our teachers have and our principals have. So they're all about trying to keep the connection alive and open.
Thank you.
Thank you. I would entertain a motion at this time.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
It's been made and seconded. There is a motion to adjourn that has been made and seconded. We'll go through a roll call vote. That is a motion that is in order at this time. Member Ayala.
Ayala, no.
Bennett.
Wait. To adjourn?
Someone made the motion.
Oh, yes. Bennett, yes.
Brown.
Brown, yes.
Dennis.
Dennis, yes.
Gustafson. Malia. Is that a no? Okay, I think the horizontal nod is the no nod. Give me a thumbs down if that's a no. Thumbs down for no. Okay, good. Haber.
Or no.
Kirschenbaum.
Kirschenbaum, yes.
Lavoy.
Lavoy, yes.
Longbeliel.
Longbeliel, nothing personal to anyone, yes.
Mills.
Mills, no.
Otmar.
Otmar, yes.
Santos.
Panthers, yes.
Silva.
Silva, yes.
Sullivan.
Sullivan, yes.
Williamson.
Williamson, yes.
Woodland.
Guys, seriously? I was about to ask my questions. I vote no.
Young. I think Adam might drop off. I also vote no. Let's count these up. I think it's very close. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 no's. I think the yeses have it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 yeses. The yeses have it. We are adjourned. Good evening, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.